Hello and welcome to Sprints. Apologies for this sudden disappearance on my end because I was like, oh, there are a couple of things I actually need to set up. So, hello, welcome. We are in the final part of Neva's 24-hour sprints for anyone that is just joining us. And we are here for the next 4-ish hours while we try to read or be productive. And with that, please let us know in the chat what you're up to, what you're doing. Are we reading? Are we being productive? Are we resting because rest is productive? While our guests tell us what they're up to today. Starting with Miss Neva.
I'm diamond painting.
Amazing.
This one.
Is it the one? Did I see? I think that might have been someone completely different now that I'm thinking about it. Okay, yeah, it was completely different diamond painting that I'm thinking of.
So I am doing this one, but I'm
Are you doing it with candy?
What?
Okay, see, that's what I said. That's
with candy. You said candy?
Yes.
Not since January.
Okay.
I did a big one at
different.
Christmas time that was called Christmas Candy Shop. It had candy in it. But that one I finished in January. So I have this one that I'm working on because this one Ari gets to pick the section, so it looks crazy because she just picks random sections. But then I also have this one that I'm working on as well.
Oh, nice.
Bubble fairies. And this one is huge. Like, it's gonna take me a while. Now it is like longer than it is tall, and I'm used to working on taller diamond paintings, not wider diamond paintings. So having to roll this thing has been so weird because I have to work on it like sideways.
Okay.
Instead of like up and down. Yeah. But that one I only have one row done. We're not going to talk about it. It's going to take me a while. Okay. They're both squares. Your girl is going to have to do another order. Like, because here's the thing. I ordered the last order I did. I ordered 2 round diamond paintings. So I was like, I haven't done any squares since I cleaned my stash out. Like, I haven't done any squares. So I was like, well, I'll just order 2 square paintings. So you know what we've learned? We've learned that Neva cannot do 2. I cannot have 2 whips that are the same drill type going.
That makes sense.
Yeah, like if I only have 2, I cannot do it where they're both the same drill type. And in my head, I was like, well, this will work because they're different color palettes. Because I've always thought that that's what I need is the different color palettes. But what I actually need is I need the 2 paintings to be different color palettes, but I also need them to be different drill types.
I regret to inform you that I've known this about you for like a year and a half at this point.
Why did you tell me, Margaret?
I didn't know we were going through this.
So
color palette I did not know, but I did know that you seem to like to balance rounds with squares because squares are a pain in the ass.
And here's the thing is I became very friendly with squares at the end of 2025 because I cleaned my stash out in the end of 2025. Because financially I didn't have like a ton of money to be throwing into diamond painting. So I was like, well, I'll just clean out my stash. Well, most of my stash that was left were gigantic square kits. I don't know how I ended up this way, but it is what it is. And so I did all of these big square kits and I was like, okay, cool. But my next diamond painting order that I will order in a couple weeks has a good balance of square and rounds because I was like, I need something to balance out this big square project that I'm doing. So
that makes sense.
Yeah. We live and we learn, I guess.
We learn things about ourselves all of the time, and quite often we're the last person to know about it.
It's fine. It's fine.
Nice. Are you doing any reading at all, or are we just diamond painting?
I'm going to try to listen to some of Hills of Shivers and Shadows or whatever the hell this book is called. I don't know. It's a dark romance. Vanessa suggested I read it last year. I'm just a little skeptical because I didn't like the other book that I read by this author, which was Knotted, which was not good. I gave that book 2 stars. But I've heard from other people, Vanessa included, but some other people that have also read it, that this book series is better than that one
Mhm.
is. So I'm going to give it a chance. I try to give an author at least 2 chances before I
That
just
makes
write
sense.
them.
That makes sense. You're a better person than I am.
I try to give them. I can't usually give them a third chance, but I try to give them 2 chances.
It usually depends on the author, to be fully honest, because some authors, like, they'll do stuff in a book and I'll be like, no, not again. And some authors I'll be like, not my biggest fan, but I don't know when to cut you off.
That.
What are you up to this morning, Stephanie? This afternoon, Stephanie.
It is afternoon for me. Yes. I've been listening to book one of the Ruthless Boys from the Zodiac Academy. I need to take a break from that, so I'll probably be catching up on my watch later list on YouTube. There's a
Nice.
lot because everyone puts out great content. And I'm going to be setting up my March and the weeklies in my bullet journal. I haven't decided if I'm like a bullet journal person this year, but I'm trying.
I want to be a bullet journal person again because the most put together my life has ever been is when I have a bullet journal, because I'm able to build a system that works, like the system that works for my brain. And I've been making do with planners as I need them. But like the bullet journaling part, like it makes it makes you like have to sit down and think about, what do I need to do? What do I need to accomplish? And I don't do most of it, but at least I thought about it. And so some things that would not have gotten done get done, right?
Right.
Yeah, like I usually draw out a month and then I draw out like what are my goals for this month, and then sometimes I look back at it and see whether or not I did the goals. Sometimes I don't look back at it. But I haven't figured out like a weekly type of setup or daily setup. I don't know.
And this is part of why I stopped bullet journaling, because I love doing it, and so I don't want to do it if I'm not doing it. I started doing. Do I have one that I did this in? Hold on, my alphabet one I might have done this in. Did we? Nope. There we go. Okay, so I started doing this thing where I would do my week, and then each day I would cut out like almost like it's not a Dutch door, but something similar. So I had all of it together. I don't suggest doing what I did, which was put washi tape there, but it worked out for me because I liked to do a little bit of journaling, and I had somewhere where I could go, okay, what's my focus for this week for the 4 categories that I have. But it is a little bit more time consuming than probably I should be doing because it ends up being a little bit of a barrier sometimes. But yeah, it was fun while it lasted, and I would like to get back into it. So, are you reading? You already said what you were reading. What are you up to now?
I don't know. I did all the stuff that I needed to do today, so now I don't know what I'm going to do for the rest of the day. I needed to get like through like my workout and like make it back, like finish sprints. And that's kind of where my plan for the day ended. So now that my sprints are over, I don't really have a plan for the day, but I might be reading What Happens in Amsterdam. Okay. I'm not committing to this, but this is the next book on the list. So if I do read, that's what I'll be reading. I also need to go shower. I might also just end up watching Dimension 20. I don't know. The possibilities are endless.
It is what it is. Now, I've got to ask, because What Happens in Amsterdam feels like it's one of those things that could either be lit fic or it could be mystery thriller. How close was I to what it actually is?
It is I'm pretty sure it's a rom-com. It's Rachel Lynn Solomon. I don't know if it's a rom-com or if it's just like contemporary romance, but it's some type of romance for sure. I just don't know how heavy on the com part it is. But I started this, I'm like 6% into this. I started it like a week ago and then realized that I needed to finish Fake Skating first because the library was going to take it back. So I had to switch to that, finish that, and now I can come back to What Happens in Amsterdam. But like luckily, like I said, I only got 6% in. So it's not like I have to like try to remember what happened because it wasn't a lot that I read. Nice. But it's been a little bit, funny here and there so far, just in the first 6%. So I'm thinking that it's probably a rom-com.
Okay. We love a rom-com. They're fun. I think I did not get a rom-com. I got something that is slightly adjacent to that, but it is fantasy. It's the Violet Thistle book when I went to the library. I was just like grabbing books that looked good because I finally have access to my library again. I wasn't allowed to be there. Well, not allowed to be there. I had my account blocked for like a month because I couldn't. My library, instead of charging you fines, they just block your account and you can't. Until you return the books. You have a certain number of days until you return the books. You don't get. You can't check anything out, any of that stuff. So nice because you don't have to worry about fines. But I was trying to finish the Bridgerton books, and they were almost a month overdue when I returned them. So there's that. And then it turns out that like they had a book that I had not checked out on my account as well, stating that it had been returned water damaged. And I was like, I'm so sorry. This book, I know exactly when I had it, and it was 3 years ago. So I have not had access to this book anytime recently. So, but I'm currently working on cleaning a little bit, not too much because I don't want to get too much into the dust, but I'm working on cleaning, and I'm not sure yet whether we're going to clean and listen to Immortal Dark by Tigist Gurma, or if I am going to be watching Brooklyn Nine-Nine because I'm on a Brooklyn Nine-Nine kick right now.
Is that, I mean, obviously you're on a kick, so is it good? Like, you like it?
So I was really into the show when it was first airing, like I think around seasons 5 or 6. And then I took a brief break because 2020 happened, and I just didn't feel like watching any cop shows for a hot minute. And so I was like, okay, well, I really want to finish this show. I want to finish the series. And I know that the last season, they did work on addressing some of this stuff and like some of the potential propaganda of it. And so I was like, okay, so I want to sit down and I want to, like, I actually started a video essay about it that had been was written around 2020. And I was like, it was a series of video essays dissecting propaganda and the different cop shows, and like, are we doing, like, is this propaganda? Are we, all of that stuff? And there are a lot of shows that I haven't been able to go back and watch because I'm just like, I can't watch this without going, okay, but we are violating people's rights here. Like, Bones is really rough to watch.
That does not surprise me, actually.
Yeah, it's really rough to watch now that I have like learned so much about how people's rights are violated when we're talking about just in general, in the way that not just like the police, but in general law enforcement works. Sorry, I'm not trying to get on a soapbox, but so I haven't been able to go back and watch that again. But this, we're in, like, I watched this one and I'm like, this isn't the real world. This is a fantasy world, an alternate universe where they are, in fact, there are more good apples than bad. So I'm like, okay, I can live with this one, especially because they do call it out and address it, which I don't think Bones does as good at. I think Bones attempts to do because of the people that wrote it, but does not do as good a job, at least not in the early seasons, which are what I have to get past. But yes, I love it. I think it's very good. I really appreciate I love that whole universe, the Michael Schur universe. Like, I've loved The Good Place. I've loved Parks and Rec. I haven't watched The Office yet, but I do want to watch it at some point. So yes, I do love those particular shows. They did Rutherford Falls as well, I believe, and I really liked. I didn't finish it, but I really liked that first season. And I'm sad it did not get more than, I think I could only got 2 seasons. So. Anyways, yeah.
That's lame when a show only gets like a couple of seasons.
Yeah, it is. I think
when it's a good show.
Yeah. Partly because of when it came out, I think that they were already, so Rutherford Falls, the main character is oh god, I don't remember what tribe, but she is an indigenous woman, and it is addressing like her trying to, like, she's in charge of the like display, not the display, but like there's a section, it's like a museum for her town basically. Okay. And so it's about her trying to improve that, trying to all of that. And I think that was already going to be a hard, like they were already fighting a little bit of an uphill battle with the studio there. Mm-hmm. And on top of that, I think because of when it came out, people just were watching other things, and it didn't get, like, it came out at the beginning of when that shift to streaming was happening. So it didn't get the same kind of boost that you would get from it just being on the TV, which I think has been really like that's why so many shows continue on season by season when we're talking about the pre-streaming era. Like you have to have those numbers, and you're not getting them if you're primarily a streaming show, which it was. So anyways, hello, Brenna. We have a Bree. Hello. Hillary is here. I think I may go visit the library on the first sprint. Yes, we've done it. Yeah, I just went and I went library shopping today because I was like, I need some books for Ramathon. And also I just want to see, and it's funny because I found a couple of my like my anticipated releases from last year and then a few from January. It's like I might as well just grab these and try to read them. Make an attempt. Hello, Glinda. How are you? And Sadia, welcome, welcome. Hillary says, I'll be diamond painting and listening to Soulless by Gail Carriger. I really enjoyed this book. I remember nothing about what it was about because it was a while ago, but I have read it twice and loved it both times. This is really bad.
I always forget what I read, so it's fine. We're good.
Yeah, it's one of those things that, like, here's what's going to happen is I'm going to go to reread this so I can finish the series, and I'm going to go, oh, I remember all of this now. So, Brennan's going to be listening to The Devil in the White City and doing some busy work for school. Ooh, I know, I think that one is on my TBR already. So if it's a bad trope or plot device or something, I'll give them another chance. But if it's writing style, I'm one and done. I have known too many authors that will change up their writing style depending on like the genre, right? Like the way some writers will write in sci-fi is different from how they'll write in fantasy or in horror. So I tend to like if they try another genre, I may give them another chance. Hello, CC Cloud. Yes, the cop shows take place in magical fantasy realm where cops are good and want the rest of the cops to be good too. That works for some shows. I don't think it works for all of them. So, like, especially when you know that, like, the show is being heavily influenced by, ooh, I don't want that. Hold on, let me move that. Heavily influenced by what's going on in real life. So, like, a lot of Bones stuff, I remember what was going on when it came out. So, but anyways, I feel that we should potentially go into our first sprint. Does that sound good?
Yep.
All right. And there are enough of us. I think we can do the side. Yeah, we can do the side and it looks great.
Woohoo.
I love it. All right. So we shall go in 3, 2, 1. Let's go. Welcome back, everybody. How did that sprint go for all of us? To the surprise of no one that knows me, no reading got done, but I was working on editing a video I forgot I needed to edit. So there's that.
I also did not do what I said I was going to do. Well, I drew an outline for my calendar, and
Very
then
nice.
okay, so my cat, I love her to death 70% of the time. The other 30% of the time, she has an attitude. Okay, so she's not fixed. She's a girl. She's not fixed. And most of the time she's fine, but ever so often she's not marking her territory, she's peeing. And for a while she's only peeing on my crap, which is lovely. And I knew she was doing it on purpose because she would like dig underneath the blanket to find my earbuds that I would wear at night, pee on them, and they cover up the blanket, and it was a whole thing. So like when she's starting to get acting weird, she's acting a certain way, then we don't let her go in the bedroom by herself. There's always someone in the bedroom. If we're looking at her, she won't pee on stuff. And like she'll like pee if I leave my clothes on the floor, she'll pee on them and then run out of the room and like underneath the table because she knows what she did was wrong. And so I spent some time here's my desk. Okay, and there's random corners that she'll like pee. Like she'll go in the litter box and do her thing, and then she'll come out and like pee in random spots. So I was like, this is getting to me, like the smell. Like every so often, the smell gets to me, and so I haven't come up with a great solution to remove the smell. But I soaked the crap out of it with hot water and vinegar. I'm gonna like let it soak and sit for a few hours, and then I'll like deal with it. But I haven't figured it out. Why? Like she doesn't go like on my dresser or my pile of clothes that are in a bin, or if my clothes are on the bed, she won't pee on them, but she'll pee on them if they're on the floor, regardless if I've worn them or not. Like when we come in from outside, she'll like rub herself all over our shoes because they smell like the outside. It's weird.
Yeah.
There's nothing physically wrong with her. We've had her checked out. She's like 2 or 3.
Yeah. And did anyone have any suggestions like behaviorally of what it might be?
Okay, first they're like, well, if she's peeing on your wife's stuff, it could be because she's like, no. Like we were together for several years before the cat came into the household, so that's not a thing. And then they're like, well, maybe because she's getting used to your new environment because we were in the RV for 7 years. But we've been here over 1.5 years. So like the time to get used to new space is done. Like, it's done. They didn't a behavioral thing. I don't know what she's mad about. I don't know. We try to catch her in the act, but sometimes it's when everyone's sleeping, and I can hear her because I can hear her like scratching along the wall where she just peed. And she'll pee on the carpet and like she's like digging at the wall to like cover up her smell. So, anyways, I played with Vigor and then I vacuumed and stuff over here, and that's about it. Okay, it was enough.
Anyone else? What did we get to?
I just watched YouTube and diamond painted. That's all I did. So
very nice.
I just showered.
No, just showered. I was gonna say, did we actually get to a book at any point?
Nope.
No one read anything. These reading sprints are going great, guys. We're doing so good.
I mean, I read earlier. I finished my book on my sprints, but I just haven't started a new book yet.
Yeah, I finished my book.
I got to chapter 4. Okay.
That's not bad.
And I finished my book on Nell's sprint, so I'm counting that successful.
Very nice. What book did you finish, Nell?
Fake Skating.
Oh, that's okay. Yeah. Was it any good? Did we like it?
It was okay. I gave it a 3.5.
Yeah, 3.5.
I gave it a 3.5. Yeah, it was fine. It was fine for a YA like fake dating hockey romance. It was very Lynn Painter-esque, like in her, typical writing style. I will say that there's a lot of music references. Some of the songs I didn't know, but I feel like if you're tapped into like the music world and like music, then you probably would really enjoy like all the different like music references.
Yeah. I heard that they've recently, like probably not as recently as I would think, recently opened up skating, like figure skating, to music that has lyrics in it now.
Yep.
So that's very interesting.
Yep.
To like Although I've heard that you can't hear it very well in the actual arena.
It depends. I feel like when I was watching the Olympics, I could hear it for the most part, I think. But I also think that there's like microphones and stuff in the ice and stuff.
They're feeding it into the actual into the stream. Or into the feed for the TV. But like when you're sitting in,
oh, you mean like if you're actually there?
You're actually there, because it's so big and so noisy, it can be very difficult to like actually hear the music and everything.
That's probably true.
That's got to be. I'm sure that there are ways that they've trained to around this, but that feels like that's such a nightmare for the figure skaters. So like,
I feel like they can hear. I don't know how they can hear, but like because like when you're watching it, you can see them. They're a lot of times they're mouthing the words to the song that they're skating to. You can literally see them mouthing the words. So I guess they can hear it well enough, or maybe they have some kind of earpiece. I don't know, but some kind of way they can definitely hear it because you can see them like singing along.
That's funny. That's funny. Yeah, I mean, like, there's got to be at least be something where, like, you know where you start. Like, you can hear the start or something. But, yeah. Okay. Cece says, made it 10 hours into an 11-hour video. Need a break, so I'm going to continue reading House of Idol by Delilah S. Dawson next sprint. I remember Delilah. I don't think I've read any of Delilah's books. But, like, she was fun on Twitter when I followed. I don't follow as many authors on Threads as I did on Twitter. Just because I'm like, I have decided social media is primarily for people that I actually like, is not for news. Or is like not for staying on top of publisher stuff. Maybe I should, but it is what it is. I was following way too many people on Twitter. Brenna made it to 26% in Devil in the White City. Very much. Let's see. Have you tried to move the litter box? Maybe she doesn't like the location, or she meant. It sounds like there is some vindictive. Not. I don't know if you can say an animal was vindictive, but some plotting in what she's doing. Yeah, or she might want a different box to pee, and cats can be peculiar about that. Yeah.
So we've done all the things. We didn't change her litter box or her litter brand when we moved from the RV to here, but we were in a smaller space in the RV. It was a 13-foot RV, and she never did that. So. Don't know.
Okay.
Don't know.
I wonder if it's just a matter of she feels like she feels. She's probably, I wouldn't be surprised if she was just mad she's in a new space, but I wonder if it's a matter of like she feels she needs to mark the stuff that she feels is hers because we're now in a larger space. Who knows?
So that's what I thought, because my desk was out here, and then where it is now, and then I moved it into my room. To be like, okay, well maybe like she doesn't like me out here. Like I'll move it in. Didn't help. No. She still kept on peeing in front of the drawers of the desk in there. So I don't know. And then she kept on peeing out here too. So I even put vinegar and like baking soda to like soak it up. She's like, hell no, I'm just gonna pee on top of it. Thanks.
Yeah, it's rough. Animals only have so many ways that they can tell us what's going on.
I haven't figured out yet, so no. I am not the cat whisperer in the house, apparently. So
no, not
but like
at
all the things that like people typically suggest, we've tried.
I feel like there's someone on TikTok that probably knows.
Probably.
There's probably some cat behaviorist on TikTok that can figure it out for you, but they probably would need tons of money. Hey, it's a Paco. I hope you are feeling better, my friend. Nell, I think you should show Paco what you got for the library too.
Hold on.
Nell got on and was like, Margaret, you need to see what I got from the library. You'll be so happy.
Try not to drop it.
There we go.
Ha ha ha. 2014 and 2024.
Yeah, very nice. I personally am probably not making the switch over to 2024 unless I'm playing a specific game for it, because they are so close to each other. It's really just I knew. It's really just like they made certain things more clear, if that makes sense. And I think there are some things that they tried to balance and redo. So like if you go off of Ranger just straight in 2014, Rangers are better in 2024, but there were things that were done in 2020 or in 2014 that were they were able to improve it to be a pretty decent class.
Mhm.
But I'm forcing you to try out 2024 because I want to try out 2024.
Cool. I'm fine with that.
Yeah. Anyways, the one thing that I've seen that I don't like is that my favorite class, the fighter, if you do your actions, no, hold on. Yeah, if you do the action surge, you cannot use it for the magic action. And I'm just like, okay, so I have to be a little bit more thoughtful about what I'm doing because I have a warlock that is a little bit built around the fact that I can do it, I can hit things, and then I can action surge and I can do the magic. So now I just have to make sure that I plan things out accordingly.
Action surge is one of those. I feel like action surge, disengage. There's like a couple of ones where I'm like, I don't fully know what that means. Like I see them do it, but I don't understand the mechanics behind it.
So disengage, so sorry guys, D&D question asked and I must answer it. Disengage is an action that anyone can do. It's just basically, it's what you need to do if you're going to run away from someone and you don't
without taking an opportunity attack.
Without taking an opportunity attack. So you can take the disengage action instead of the attack action.
Oh, so you basically lose the option to attack if you disengage.
Yeah, you lose the option to do anything else because you're disengaging.
Okay.
The action surge is something that is specific to fighters, which you get at level 2. I don't have my book. I think it's level 2 or maybe level 3, which means that you get like a surge of adrenaline and you're able to make an extra, you're able to do an extra action. But you can only do it like once per rest.
Is that different from second wind?
Second wind heals you.
Oh, okay.
So
see, I know the words, I just don't know what they all mean.
Yeah, it's really funny because in campaign 1 and campaign 3, there's a fighter in both of them. and Taliesin, who plays Percy in campaign 1, he used that action surge to its limit. And that was like, oh man, it was so nice to have a campaign without a fighter in it for a minute. So, because I think they got all the way up to level 20 in the first campaign, which means you have like 3 action surges.
Oh wow.
Rest.
Wow.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah. So, anyways, Brenna might need to take a nap. Hey, rest is productive. She might also be marking her chair. We had a male cat who did that before he was neutered. It's a potential thing. Who knows? But yeah, cats are weird sometimes. I know more than one person that they have issues with the cat peeing on stuff and they have yet to figure it out. So, like, you're not the only one. But, so let me go ahead.
So now, which books from the library did you get? Like
just the 2 D&D ones.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, just the player's handbooks, which I'm curious that you got both of them. What was the decision behind that? Did you just
when I went in there and I asked like, where are they? And so someone like walked me over and they were like, oh, we have the 2024 and we have the 2014. And I was like, oh, I guess I'll just take both because I don't know which one I need. So I just got both.
The 2020, hold them up real quick. I can't remember what's on the cover. The one with the giant on the front, the one in your left hand, that's 2014.
This one?
Yeah. And then the one in your right hand is the 2024 one.
Okay.
Oh,
this one's bigger.
Yeah, there you go. Right there. You've got the nice new one. With all of the pretty art in it.
It is really pretty to look through.
They went through a whole thing because there was a hot minute where they thought Wizards of the Coast. Thank you, Paco. They thought the Wizards of the Coast, there was some rumblings that they were going to start using IR. And let me tell you, when the community, like every time Wizards of the Coast tries to act up, people start canceling their D&D Beyond subscriptions and they walk that stuff back so fast. It's the longest that WotC has held out was when they were trying to redo the OGL license, which is the license that makes all of the like standard rules free to use in other content. So you don't like Pathfinder when they started didn't have to license anything. Any third party people don't have to license anything. They held out for a couple of weeks there, but eventually like they had Critical Role pressuring them, I assume. They had people canceling their subscriptions like crazy, like going, oh, we'll just move on to a different system, blah, 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 blah. And
Oh wow.
they walked that back so fast when they made the decision to do that. So anyways, yeah, cats can be weird about things. One of our current cats licks herself bald, and nothing we have done has helped so far.
What's so funny is this cat, like when we were in the RV, no matter, she would always try to like run outside, chase the birds and squirrels, like sit at the window. Okay, we get in this apartment, we're on the 3rd floor. Okay, if there's any noise outside, she runs away. Like in the RV, if someone came in, she's like, "Oh, here, let me get petted." This one maintenance comes in, she like runs. She got stuck behind the refrigerator one time, so now she runs and sticks and like hides underneath the kitchen cabinets. And we have like Pavlov trained our cat because like we get Walmart grocery delivered, so we'll get a ding on my husband's phone that says, "Hey, we're packing it up," and then we'll get another one a few minutes later. It says, "Hey, we're only a couple minutes away." And so once the 2 dings are back to back, the cat runs and hides.
I wonder if it's because if you think about it, an RV, the ceiling is much. I wonder if it's because the space
so much
is so
bigger.
and
Yeah.
it's echoing.
Maybe.
So like the noises sound different in the new space.
Yeah.
I
I thought maybe like her stubborn cat butt would get used to it by now, because in October we'll be here for 2 years.
Yeah,
You know.
cats are it's really hard to get cats through change from what I understand. I am surprised, not to bring her up, but I'm surprised that Taylor Swift's cats handle travel as well as they do. Because she takes at least 2 of them, they go with her on a regular basis when she's traveling, and I'm just like, there's got to be a lot of work that she puts in when they are kittens to make them okay with that. I mean, Benji is a ragdoll, so they're apparently really, really chill. But like, I imagine she does not travel with her older cat any longer, but she used to. Because Meredith's got to be like 17 or something. I did not go to the library. I ended up taking a nap. Relatable. Very relatable. So, speaking of, I need to create a Discord channel for a couple of y'all for the thing. Nell, if it's not done by the end of the day, yell at me.
Okay.
So, all right, we're gonna pull the timer back up. Maybe if I click the right button, we're gonna pull the timer back up, and we will go in 3, 2, 1. Let's go. Welcome back, everybody. How Stephanie had to head out. So she will be linked down below, though, once I sit down and remember to do that for everybody. I'll do that in the next, we have one less sprint, so I'll do that in the next sprint. But how did everyone else do on that sprint?
I laid down.
Good. Good for you.
And I went to go make my food.
And Ari made food.
Nice. Good for Ari. Very good for Ari. How did you do now?
I got all of my stuff set up for Wednesday's sprint. Since it's the beginning of the month, I have to switch over all the colors and stuff or whatever and reset everything. So that is now done.
It's because you're a real booktuber and you actually do the stuff that you should do. Okay, hold on. There she is. Okay, everybody is now linked down below. You guys might need to refresh, but they are linked. Very nice. Did we get any reading done, guys?
Nope.
Is it a no for y'all?
Nope, no reading was done during
Nice.
that sprint.
Hey man, it is what it is. I need to go get I think I might read a little bit because I would like to finish one more book this month, one more.
Mhm.
So, and I'm halfway through. Hold up, I'm halfway through Immortal Dark. So in theory, if I were to get off of my Brooklyn Nine-Nine kick and actually read a book, I would be able to finish this in the amount of time. Let's see, it says I have 9 hours of. Technically, I could finish that. So there is that. But I worked on editing my anticipated books video. I'm doing every quarter. I'm gonna do what books I'm looking at and most interested in. We'll see if I ever get to any of them.
That's always the challenge.
I don't know that I got to any of the one, with the exception of Holy Terrors. I don't know that I got to any of the ones that were, that were on those lists. And I think I actually did not do. I think I did a summer and a fall list, or I did a spring and a summer list, and then I didn't do any more. The rest of the year. In my defense, I was depressed. So, but yeah, that's what we did. Or at least that's what I did over here. And then we had a Tennille show up. Welcome, hello. Oh, today has sadly been an adulting day, even though most of it was supposed to be a relaxed day. Oh, that sucks. But perhaps there will be reading later for Tennille. Very nice. He says, I had dinner, worked on my diamond painting, and made it 10% into Solace. You guys are right about the long chapters. I finally made it to chapter 2. I feel like if you're doing your pacing right, people shouldn't notice how long your chapters are, right? Because I feel like there's definitely short chapters can definitely be used as a tool of pacing, but I do feel like sometimes authors will also use them a little bit as a crutch to make you feel like you're reading more quickly than you are. So there's that. Is the book fast paced, or are they just changing chapters every scene? So, which there are certain genres that makes sense. Frank Peretti is really bad about that. When I read him, he's a Christian horror writer, and I read some of his teenage stuff. Dude,
that sounds terrifying. Christian horror sounds terrifying, honestly.
My favorite book by him is a book called Hangman's Curse.
Okay.
Which I believe I think there were spiders involved. Everyone thought that a school was being haunted, but it wasn't actually a haunting. It was one of the other students was taking advantage of the lore behind an actual someone had committed suicide. So he was taking advantage behind that lore. And yes.
Wow, that sounds evil.
That is. Let's see. Brenna did in fact take a nap. Very nice. So many modern books have super short chapters. Yeah. There is that. I feel like, and again, I feel like it depends on your genre and the story you're telling. right?
Well, if I remember correctly, even with the audiobook, the chapters in Soulless were like an hour long.
Oh wow.
I mean, that's kind of a long time, but it's not.
Like I think that when I say that a chapter has is a long chapter, like I'm talking about chapters that tell me on Kindle that it's going to take me 30 minutes to read it. If it's going to take me 30 minutes to read a chapter, like you're like at that point we're getting too long, because almost always, unless it is a high fantasy book, there's almost no reason for it to be that long. I'm looking specifically at contemporary romance.
That's what I was thinking.
However, there are other genres of books where they have chapters that are consistently 30 minutes or longer, based off of, like, I'm basing this off Kindle because I don't read.
Yeah.
I don't consistently read physical books enough to like go off of that. So like I can't tell you like how many pages necessarily that would be. But like if I do an audiobook and the chapter is a singular chapter is an hour long, and that's consistently how it is through the whole book, that is a long ass chapter.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And almost always the chapters start to break. Now with Soulless, I will give that the way that the author did the pacing, the chapters are very long. But when I was reading the Kindle version, because at the time that I read Soulless, the first 2 books I think were available through KU. So I had originally grabbed Soulless on KU because it was there. Like I knew that I could read it that way. And then I ended up just buying the audiobook from Audible with a credit. But she does do pretty consistent chapter breaks.
Yeah.
At least in the ebook, like that's how it looked to me. I don't think I got that one as a physical at any point. So like her consistent chapter breaks almost made it so that they were like smaller chapters inside of a bigger chapter.
That's how it's supposed to be in most books.
But there are a lot of modern books that will carry on for 30 to 45 minutes for no reason.
Yeah. And like I said, that comes down to pacing. If you're doing it right, people aren't going to notice that they're in the same chapter for 30 minutes.
And I mean, I don't need a 5-minute chapter. Sometimes that can be annoying too, unless it's YA. YA, I give a lot of grace for that, especially if it's YA thrillers, because YA thrillers tend to be much more fast-paced than an adult thriller.
I feel like, here's my thing, is I know that there are a lot of authors that like try to make their chapters consistently the same length.
Yeah.
I actually feel like that's a good thing to do, but also like you can like that's also a good place too. Maybe you do have a random 5-minute chapter and you can put that in a skillful way that enhances the pacing, or you can do that 30-minute or hour-long chapter. But if you've got them glued into the scene that's going on there, like they're not, you don't notice as much that like, hey, it hasn't been. The only time you notice is when you're someone who like needs to put the book down at the beginning or end of a chapter, like between chapters. You can't put it down between chapters.
That's
which is also
I'm very much I will stop reading at any point and just stick a bookmark in.
No, absolutely.
Yeah, I have to finish the chapter.
Like if you give me consistent chapter breaks, then I will read to a chapter break. Like if I already know that the book has consistent chapter breaks, I will read to a chapter break. Otherwise, I have to finish the chapter before I can put it down, because my issue is that a lot of times I will set a book down and then I will actually have to go back in the book to remember what was happening before I set it down. If I stop just in like a random spot, a chapter break usually, if I'm like, okay, I don't remember exactly what happened before the chapter break, I can go back like 2 sentences and that will tell me enough to lead in,
because it's usually like the end of a scene, so you're like, oh, okay, that was that scene,
right.
you're gonna keep going.
But
if it's in the middle of a conversation, it's like I don't even know what you guys were talking about.
The scene itself like has to end. And I read enough romance books that a lot of times if I read spicy romance books. So a lot of times, like, I don't want to stop in the middle of a spice scene and then have to come back.
You don't want to do that.
Like, that happened when I read.
That's why House of Bacon Blood isn't finished.
So Cucking Strong, I set it down. I don't remember why I set it down. Like I set it down like for a reason. Like I had to go do something, and I came back, and we were like hot and heavy in the very middle of it. And I was like,
I
what
cannot stop in the middle of that.
is going on? What is happening? Like I was like blushing, which I know I wasn't blushing like originally reading this by scene because like I was led into it, but then I like picked it up and I'm like, oh, what is
how did we get here?
Like
how did we get here? I love that.
What's going on? But I mean, I can deal with long chapters. I'm just not going to read them with my eyes. That's my caveat too. Is that if your book consistently has like 30 to 45 minute chapters, like I'm finding the audiobook.
Yeah.
Because I'm just not going to I'm just not. Mm-mm.
I see. I understand. Okay. Yeah. Tennille's like, why is a 20-page chapter considered long reading a book with consistent 18 to 22 pages chapters? So that it really depends on a person's reading speed, to be honest. Because like for me, that would be 20 minutes of reading. 20 pages, I read a page a minute. But for some people, that might be half an hour, 45 minutes, an hour, depending on how quickly they read. So there is that. Mm-hmm. Some people, that might be like 15 minutes or 10 minutes. Because there are some people who read really fast, and I wish they would teach me how. Or give me their genetics. It's probably more a genetic thing, the way their brain works. Didn't read, finished the video I was watching, and thought that would be the end of the Wheel of Time plot. Thought that would be the end of the Wheel of Time plot explained. I forgot about the Sanderson books. That's another 3-hour video to watch. How are you doing, TC? you hanging in there? Oh no. I'm listening to Devil in the White City on Libby, and it doesn't have chapters, it has parts, and each part is like 3 hours long, and at the end of it, it says this book is continued on disc. Somebody didn't edit that audiobook well.
Right.
That's so funny.
That's funny.
That's why one of my favorite books is The Butterfly Garden by Dot Hutchison. I picked it up entirely because the author was someone I knew in college. And like the way that book is structured, I do not recommend the audiobook. Like I didn't even like the audiobook for it simply because like it's just one long you got a couple of shorter chapters at the beginning where we're going in different points of view, and then it's just one long as this person is narrating, which I don't mind, but like it is one of those things where it's like I got so lost in what was going on. So yeah, I understand that. Okay, shall we do our final hour of sprints, my friends? Amazing. All right, we will be going in 3, 2, 1. Let's go. Welcome back, everybody. My sprint was a nap sprint. How did everyone else do?
I diabetic. Currently, I'm laying down ABs with a pair of tweezers. So
Very nice. I'm so sorry.
well, here's the thing. So with square ABs, I don't really have. Okay, so like with my round ABs, I use these wax crayons.
Yeah.
And those work fine. The problem is that because the squares click into place, I can't push hard. Like I can't push hard enough with the wax crayon without messing the wax crayon up.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So I use a pair of tweezers to lay the ABs, which is fine unless your kit has a lot of ABs in it. So like when I did Loki for Brianna,
no wonder it took so long.
I wanted to die because like I had to lay all the ABs because like the regular wax or like I use like scented glue dots as my like wax alternative in my single placer, but it will strip the coating off.
Oh.
So I have to like I've had to find other ways to like lay the ABs, but it was worth it because it looked awesome when it was done. And then I sent it to her. It only took me a year and a half to do it, but it's fine.
I am listening. I'm just cold. The thing is that when you're a cold girl in general, there's never a sweater very far from you. How did you do now?
That sprint was a dinner sprint. So I did listen to a little bit of my audiobook. I got from 6% to 12%. And then I ate dinner and watched more of Crown of Candy.
Amazing. How many episodes are you in? I have not finished Crown of Candy.
I think I'm only on like episode 3 or something. I just started it earlier this week.
Have you gotten to the thing that happens?
So they just finished the tournament where the king got stabbed with the poison, and then Lepan did this really, smooth move where he basically got the carrot guy to tell him where he got the daggers from, and then they arrested that person, and that's as far as I've gotten.
I don't think you've gotten to the thing that happens then.
Probably not. I know that there's a character that dies because it got spoiled. I was listening to the podcast for Unsleeping City, and they mentioned, I think one of the questions in the podcast that like a fan sent in was something like, if there's one decision that you could change or something like that in like any of the Dimension 20 seasons, like what would it be? And Brennan's answer was that character would not have died. And I was like, well, dang it. Now I know he dies.
Mm-hmm.
So I haven't gotten to that yet.
Did you say he?
Yeah.
Then you haven't gotten to the thing yet.
Oh, okay.
You don't know what the thing is.
Okay.
I mean, to keep in mind, Crown of Candy is they pitched it as Game of Thrones with food.
Yeah.
And then they went and this is why I love this company so much. Brendan was like, and we hired a sensitivity people to make sure we weren't like perpetuating any stereotypes about culture through food. It was very funny. It's
very cool how they've done it.
Yeah.
All the characters and stuff.
That one, I remember starting that episode and going, why are these two white girls black? Why are their characters black? Because you
literally thinking the same thing.
And then I found out that Lou was their dad, and I was like,
now
it's an emotional moment for me. Because, anyways, that's like something that Lou talks about on a pretty regular basis. Not maybe a regular basis, but I've heard him talk about that before. So I'm like, okay. So we were like, we thought this through. Okay. Anyways, I love, yes, I enjoyed it. So Brenda, if you watched it, I haven't gotten past, there's a character that is introduced that I don't necessarily like.
Interesting.
Which is sad because one of my favorite players is playing that character.
Interesting. Okay. Is there more than one character that's gonna die in this season?
So this season was pitched as Game of Thrones with food.
I've never seen Game of Thrones. Does that mean yes, they're gonna die?
Okay, but you are aware
Oh.
that the
Girl, I ain't even watched Crown of Candy. I have no idea what it even is. Okay, I'm gonna tell you that if that's what they're pitching it as, they're gonna die.
Then everybody
But
dies.
no one's safe.
I
No
didn't
one
watch
is safe.
Game of Thrones
Oh.
because I read the books that are out. Like I've read them because it's not a completed series. We're not gonna talk about that. But
I've read the first book. I refuse to read anymore.
and
until George
truthfully,
gets another one
like
out.
when I watched, I think the first like 4 episodes of season 1 of Game of Thrones, and I was like, this just feels like I'm rereading the book, and so I gave up. Like I wasn't as hype about Game of Thrones, the show, as everybody else seemed to be.
Yeah. Honestly, I feel like a lot of the changes that they made in the game, or not, sorry, in the show took away, like, there's stuff that has a lot more nuance in the book. Like how Drogo and Dany's wedding night had a bit more nuance, where like he is, like in the show, he doesn't give her any time to adjust. And in the book, it's very clear that he is, while this is still gross because she's 15, he's aware that he is working with a child here. So, like, I remember reading that scene and being like, okay, this feels less rapey than what happened in the show.
Yeah, I didn't, like, everybody else was like, the show is so great, blah, blah, blah. And I was like, I just don't, I just didn't really understand. And I know like a lot of like my female friends that watched it, they were watching it specifically for Jason Momoa, which like I like Jason Momoa, like don't get me wrong, but like I'm not going to watch I'm not gonna watch a 7-season show for one dude. I could go watch him in something else. Like, no. I'm not. I'll go watch like Aquaman or something. Like I'm not watching this for that.
He's in all of Aquaman.
Well, and then people were like upset, I guess, about like the way that it ended. So I was like, well, I got dodged a bullet. So
yeah, I specifically did not watch because I wanted to know which characters were safe to get attached to before I started the show, which is great because my favorite character from what I watched ended up dying at the very end. I lost my favorite character and the ship that I was like, that would have been my ship.
Oh,
regardless of how weird and problematic it was, that would have been
I'm just not like, I don't know. There are some shows that like when everybody else got hype about them, I got hype too. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Game of Thrones was not one of those shows. Like people will be like, share, like on Facebook, they'll be like, share this if you've never seen Game of Thrones. Listen, I watched 3 episodes and was like, what is this?
Yeah. I feel like they didn't approach it with and here's the thing is George R.R. Martin's knowledge also is not perfect because I think he thinks like he at least continues to perpetuate the idea that girls getting married young was really common at the time, which it wasn't. Like when you like marrying before you have fully matured increases the or having children before you have fully matured increases your chances of complications, of not being able to have children later, of dying in labor, blah 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 blah. People are smart, they would have noticed this. So if you look at historical records, with the exception of the nobility, like the very like the nobility and the royals, most people were actually getting married in their mid to late 20s. When you look at the historical record, and then even when you have situations like with Catherine of Aragon and Prince Arthur, they got married supposedly according to what everyone believed at the time. Whether or not Catherine's telling the truth, we don't know, but supposedly at the time consummated the marriage, and then they were kept in separate households until they matured more. So like they did what they needed to do so the marriage could not be broken, and then they were like, okay, now you're separated. So there was still some knowledge that you needed to keep, like kids do need to mature before they should be getting married. Not that you had much of a choice when you were royal. But I do think that he was making a point about the society and like like based on what I know about George R. R. Martin, and I can shut that up. We don't need it anymore. Based on what I know about George R. R. Martin, he understood like I understood the commentary he was making and what he was comparing it to. And I don't think the people who wrote, well, we know the people who wrote the show did not understand that because they phoned all of it in. Like they lost a gig because they very publicly admitted they didn't know what they were doing. That was a wild day on Twitter. I don't know if anyone was here for that or remembers it. So yeah, there was a whole they had a whole Star Wars contract lined up. They were going to be doing the next phase of Star Wars, and they got on a con and they publicly admitted that they had no idea. They were figuring it out as they went, and like they were dropped from Star Wars so quickly.
Wow.
Oh, it was great. It was great. You are very welcome. Thank you for stopping by, Gigi. Okay, let's check in with everybody to see how we did. Mostly watched YouTube, also dealing with health. Hey, listen, rest is productive, Tennille. If these were rest sprints for you, then good. Went and got a milkshake for me and my husband. I didn't read it right. Hey, the getting of the milkshake, I feel like this is a proper and appropriate use of our time, right? I made an iced mocha, read a few chapters in the best dog in the world, and ordered a pizza for dinner. Very nice. Kind of Candy is one of my faves. I'm sure it was really interesting and I liked what he was doing with it. I just have to get past me not liking this character.
How many seasons is it?
I think there's the one Crown of Candy season, and then Matt comes in to do a prequel.
Oh,
which is
like the Ravaging War or something. Okay.
Ravaging War. And I think Lou might be the only one from the group that is in that season. Lou.
That would make sense.
No, there are a couple of other, like, I think it's like half and half. Because there are a few characters that were around at the time of the Ravaging War.
I feel like all the kids probably weren't like alive yet.
No, the kids are not around.
Yeah.
Britta made it to 38%. Didn't read, but got unready for the night and did some laundry. Very nice. E here says, "You're welcome. Glad to catch a 24-hour sprint studying no fun reads for me. I'm so sorry. That sucks."
I like your profile picture. I'm gonna go see the movie tomorrow. That's my plan.
Oh, that's exciting. Nice. So, before we head out, does anyone have anything that they would like to plug on their channel?
I had 2 videos go out last week. This week, I don't even know what time is anymore. Anyway,
it is this week, isn't it?
It would be this week, right? Yeah. Okay. So on Tuesday, Brittany's episode of Read My Friend's Favorite Vlogs. What? Favorite books? Read My Friend's Favorite Books vlog. Not Reading My Friend's Favorite Vlogs. I don't know what that is. That went up on Tuesday. And I had a Whip and Chat go up on Wednesday. And
nice.
That's it, really.
I just have one down Wednesday on Wednesday.
Amazing. And then I did just publish, I've had 2 videos go up this week. I don't remember what the first one was. What was the first one? No, the next video is tomorrow. Never mind, ignore me. But I did have my Bridgerton vlog go up where I read the next 2 books in the series. If you're interested in the books or my thoughts or any of that, feel free to go watch. It is mostly spoiler free. Like, there are things that I can't talk about in that vlog without talking about previous books, but I feel like a lot of that is just at this point kind of known on the internet stuff. And then I do actually have started this thing where I like mark out spoilers in the timestamps. So if you don't want spoilers, like the nitty gritty spoilers, you can go into the timestamps and look at where the spoilers end. I tend to not, if I'm talking about things in general, I don't tend to mark spoilers, but when I'm getting into what like details about what happened, that's when I'll mark out spoilers and be like, hey, I'm getting into like, this is exactly how this scene went down. Skip to this part if you do not want to see it. So, and everyone is linked down below in the description box. You might need to refresh if you've been here from the beginning. Thank you. It is the 27th and it's the 26th and 27th of, no, today's the 28th, 27th and 28th of next month for the next 24-hour sprints, correct? So we will see you here.
Yes, I think so.
Next, because February and March are exactly the same.
Yeah, February. Yeah, because February and March like screwed me up because they're exactly the same. like it messed me up like when I was doing the spreadsheet.
Yeah. It
So yes,
February
it
and
is
March. I took
the
me four. It
27th
took me what 32 years to realize that. So don't feel bad.
I did. I think you, Margaret, were actually the one that told me that. I can't remember. Somebody recently said this like in the last 2 weeks, and I didn't know that before.
Yeah, like I literally triple checked it when I was doing the spreadsheet for everybody to like fill out for their sprints because I was like, that can't be right.
Yep.
But it was right.
Anything. It was funny because I was at the library trying to look some stuff up at the library, and I was like, "Oh, that's right." I was like, "I don't know what day Saturday is next month. Like, what day is the second Saturday?" I was like, "Well, the second Saturday of February was the 14th, and it's March, so it's going to be the exact same thing for the first 28 days." So, anyways, it's going to be on Stacy's birthday. Well, congratulations. We'll see you for your birthday, Stacy. We will see you sort of this time next month, except 24 hours earlier. Thank you so much for joining us, and I will see you later when we will talk about more wordy, nerdy things.